Good day, everyone. A new day arises. Sorry for being late. Um, there is work to be done, work to be had. Today, I thought I'd leave out the music uh, for the sake of just giving the track some rest. I know I do play through the same list of songs every stream, and uh, personally, I don't mind, but I'm also in a different kind of music mood, uh, which unfortunately for everyone else, it's licensed music, so I'm not going to play that on stream. No music's for you, but that allows you guys to listen to whatever you want while while I'm doing my thing. So without further ado, we can start bringing up the stuff with the tasks. Now, last stream I left off mid coloring. It's this double page spread here, but I'm not really prepared or decided what I'm gonna focus on today. Of course, it's always good to be moving forward with both layouts and sketching. I'm totally putting off opening that spread because it's a huge document and it chokes my PC. So maybe I will get started with sketching on this one. Or maybe, ever so possibly, I could do proper layouts on this one. The most important part is probably that I actually put stuff here. And that we have some kind of forward momentum. Now, it's clear that I've done some sketching, but no complete layout. This is also something from a spot where I've kind of been sloppy with the blocking in of background stuff, so that might require some work. We'll see. But I gotta find some pirates to picture here. Maybe we do Scarp. He's a good guy. Or he could be the one looking back over here. Like, he's kind of a serious guy. You can trust him. He's good at what he does and righteous in a sense. Like, he wouldn't betray you. Maybe he's holding at his knife that's on his hip. I'll be sure to write who it is. It's kind of the struggle with having this many characters in a scene is that I gotta keep a track of parts of the choreography, uh, and know approximately who's walking ahead of who. I think I can add. This is a character who is with the crew, but hasn't really been seen much. Who I'm not giving any lines, but who is still there. It's quite a thing that not all of them have to talk. So I would like to reflect the personality of all of them, if they have any. Who goes here? Guess it could be banked, just to be boring. Yeah, we do banked. This guy, who is the brother of Scott. Some of these guys have just less prominent snouts. I can tell this is Yida, but I'll mark it anyway. Some of these guys should be like looking behind them. And despite being a big guy, should probably be far away. Maybe this is Poki or uh, some other large rat. Huge rat. Casey Trans White Knight. Hello. Fancy seeing you here. Good afternoon. How's your day going? It's chill. Nice. Relaxing. You may notice that there is no music playing today. Or maybe you wouldn't notice because it's always so quiet. In any case, that opens up for everyone to listen to music of their choice today. Yeah, I'm feeling like listening to different music myself. And so instead of hopping, like jumping the hoops for dodging copyright issues, I will just enjoy my music and not share with anyone. Oh, I always mix up the garments on these two. You're cooking lunch? Neat. What you having? Do we have eclipses? Oh yeah, true. There was an upcoming eclipse. I forgot. Um, I don't know at what time, but I've heard about it. So it's likely happening, but don't know what time. And it is uh cloudy. So at what time is it happening? Evening? Yeah. Well, weather's not allowing for much eclipse watching, but yeah, I did hear about it. So eclipses do happen, but I don't think full eclipses are quite a thing. Or I mean, probably varies. Oh, this here is annoying. I have the characters kind of completely in a layout, but they're on a different layer. I will be boring and just do this. I mean, just do this. There. We have it. You're making rice with dirty water. Ew. Sounds delicious. I mean, assuming you soil the water with like spices and stuff. Leftovers from yesterday's stew. Nice. Oh, that sounds like a delicious lunch. I'm jealous. I had jerk spread with peanut butter. I'm being good. I'm not overdoing um, the tempting consumptions. But I got my coffee with milk, so I'll survive. I got a bit late. Uh, Started today. I've spent the morning updating art fight character profiles. Well, one in particular, but that ended up taking time. Who would have thought that if you spend time like working on text, time also flies? It's a thing that might happen, like tinkering with text and fighting formatting stuff. Oh, Warfight has the worst formatting uh, shenanigans going on. My biggest beef with it is when you backspace and delete characters in the text and hit a space, like if you delete until the space, you basically delete the whole word. It just deletes the entire space there. And so many times I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna restart this word. And suddenly the next word I write is just glued to the previous word for dumb reasons. Can anyone explain to me why that's thought of as a good idea? Is it why would one do something that crazy? I am hating. Look at this. That's fine. We just got started. We haven't warmed up yet. It's important to be forgiving. Stuff may take its time. All right, that's good. And that there is good enough. I can repeat that. Ah, ah. You're listening to your own Grus playlist. Very good. Roby, hi. Welcome, good YouTube fellow. I'm probably going to repeat this a whole lot today, but if you're wondering why it's quiet, no music playing, I decided to not have my regular music list play today, and so every viewer can choose music for themselves. Though probably I've been streaming with volume so low that few people would even notice that I haven't been playing music. So no worries. Oh, this could be just drawn right on top of, I think. Let's see if it's cropped like so. Oh, I would like to move her a little bit. What we got? Doodle. Yeah. This part is going to be scaled down so I see the part that I'm seeing here as part of the frame. Like, because you see the crop marks? This is how it's going to be cropped. I might be drawing outside for the blade and everything, but When it's cropped, it'll be doing this. So I gotta keep that in mind as well. Just like so. Oh my goodness. I'm so glad I am not allergic to cuteness because the birds are being cute and I melt. Hmm. For the rest of these guys, I'm feeling that I don't really want to do the thinker work now. I will escape. Abort mission. Flee to previous panel page where we got the layout quite ready. I wonder if I can use some of this directly for inks. I think I can. I think we got Logan here quite ready. He looks so different. Oh. Well, I should probably do a bit better. Should be that banana snooted. I'm looking forward to this guy suffering in Minecraft. Let's see. Yeah, if I'm gonna do, oh goodness, if I'm gonna do inks, I should always keep my zoomed out window print size. Let's go. Good. I wish I could remove the help option uh, from the top bar here, just because it spends time opening a browser window and stuff, and I'm like, I don't need that. I always hit that by mistake. Never do I actually need to enter a website and search for help. As much as I enjoy his slopey hairdo, I gotta give it some bump. This is gonna look so silly. It's gonna be great. for the sake of simplicity, coordination-wise, I'm just um, applying the inks I just did to the layer below. Four! Hello! Welcome to the stream! We're drawing again! We never stop drawing. We never stop drawing rats. I might stop drawing rats after this adventure. We'll see. We'll see how much I like or dislike drawing rats when this adventure ends. Hmm. No, I don't want that kind of cross hatching going on. Number 36 guy. Hello! The YouTube crew is popping in. Oh, nice. Hope you're all are having a good day so far. I for sure am, though I've been a bit slow getting started. But that's fine. We're done when we're done. And we're just simply not done overnight. That's how it goes. Time to tone down the visibility of text and lock it so I don't do dumb stuff. And so this fluff is going the wrong way. Should be going down. Downwards the arm. For as much as I draw hands and fingers clenching and pointing and acting and doing stuff, I feel much less confident in like getting it to look right. Should probably do more studies in that regard because I know it's about small things and getting them to work. And clearly, my instinct is to uh, draw it wrong. So, getting stuff right will require some deliberate practice from my side if I really want it to to work. Explorer, hello. Oh wow, you're highlighted as a returning chatter. How nice. How are you today? Very good, good, good. I'm doing good. Had a slow morning, and now we're back to work. And I got my coffee, and I am hoping to, well, at the very least, manage to sketch in cleanly the characters here. Hopefully, ink them too. Um, and the dreamy, optimistic goal would be to also ink the background. But that's no rush. I mean, if I don't manage that, it's fine. I will live. It's gonna be fine. Sunsetty, hello, welcome. Glad you like my character designs. Let's see. I was doing right. We got uh this stuff going on. Hide that. Show that. Nice. Love me some masking of the panels. For you're asking how long I've been drawing? My whole life. I never stopped. Never stopped and uh, drew stuff that interested me, intrigued me. This isn't a good enough sketch, but it is silly, and if I can channel the energy, I don't have to uh, fine sketch it properly. How long did it take me to finish the first comic of my series? Um, Difficult to answer. The drawing in itself, a year or two. Uh, since the first comic book came out in 2022, I think I had been working with a story. I started applying for money for it in 2017, but at the time, the story was quite underdeveloped. And it continued to be underdeveloped for quite some time. Uh, I never actually fully developed the story properly, which led to a whole bunch of problems. Uh, don't be me, guys. It's uh, it's hard, and deciding like where I want to take stuff and everything, how I want to tell things, and what they're supposed to mean. All that I've been kind of figuring out on the go, while keeping the overarching story of uh, pirates head out on a treasure hunt on a cursed island. Uh, but art wise, it didn't really take that long. The most demanding part is, in part, merely writing stuff and figuring out how you want the art to be. Alright, now for the rest of these drawings, none of them are really that well fleshed out, so I'll have to move over to sketches, like fine sketch, which I always type as finskis, if I manage to hit the right keys. This proves that writing is much more tedious work. Yes, it is. And I'm a visual thinker, meaning that uh, doing the writing, figure out story stuff, it's just so hard. I tried for many years to write a script. Granted, it was without having figured out the entire story. I've restarted so many times on outlines, storylines, uh, ways to try telling a story that would be like go through all the stuff, plus figuring out lore things and like, okay, so we got these problems on the island, but how are they supposed to be solved? And with the solution, how they are going to be solved, how, like, what are the reasons for people that are having these problems that they couldn't just solve it themselves? Stuff like that. And I like thinking about those things, but it is very difficult. It's one of the most difficult things, and I don't consider myself that huge of a creative in a sense. I know I listen to people talk sometimes that just are entertaining to listen to and seem to be very knowledgeable about things that I would appreciate having known when writing my other stuff, but I'm like, how do these people know stuff? Uh, so I have some really bad debuffs in just not being interested in, for example, history. And as much as I would love to understand, say, how rigging works in a ship, I can just look and mimic what I'm saying, but I don't know what anything is for. So I'm extremely, uh, let's say, I wouldn't say lazy, but I really avoid doing much research. At the same time, my brain really wants to understand stuff so that nobody can go pointing and be like, hey, but this is that thing, you can't be doing that. The plebeians, gar. But in the end, it is just a piece of art and entertainment for a young crowd, so it isn't necessarily. It isn't a must that it is like super correct in any way, which is a comfort. And a different kind of comfort is that nowadays people are writing and publishing stories and things that are straight up misinformation. There's one children's book series about some zoo detectives that just would be it would be claiming that, oh, we got the facts about animals in the back, and some of them were just straight up wrong. So quality of even facts is just not really. I wouldn't say it's not important. It sure is, but if people are neglecting it, I can do so too. At least I'm not claiming that my stuff is correct in any way. But writing can be fun. I didn't really get a grasp on how to write uh, this story properly until I started writing only scene by scene. I've been trying to split stuff into chapters and like the video of a pelican trying to eat a capybara. I would just be constantly gaping over this thing and not manage to like chew or even take a bite of how to solve it. I'll just be this is big and hard and how? If you like writing, you have a very strong head start. Like it's good to like to write, but I like the visual things. I like expressions. I don't like thinking to tell a story with a picture, but I should get good at it because I bore myself if I don't really add a story to something. And so I get disengaged with my art stuff, just uninterested, and be like, oh, I was drawing this thing, but it is just a guy standing right there. So I'm bored and not gonna bother to continue finishing. The stories are important, and I am not much of an idea guy. Yes, I like to doodle with uh, exploratory illustrations to figure out story stuff sometimes. But yeah, I didn't really, writing wise, one thing was getting through the entire story as a first draft, which is in itself difficult enough. But there's this saying that you should make it exist first and make it good later, which is true. However, once you made it exist, you gotta have a strategy for how will you change it and improve it. Um, and I am terrified of losing any type of work that I may not know yet, but may prove itself to be actually kind of good and usable. And so I would have super big issues with like touching something I had written or done or drawn, uh, fearing that I would uh, ruin it or lose information that would be perfectly usable forever. Now I have solved that, and thinker, well, visual wise, I found a way to work with scenes and rewriting them in a way that helps me not lose the information. Also, at this point, I don't know if the captain has this split in his coat or not for the tail. Reference. I don't care right now. Maybe later. But yeah, last year I found out how to edit and rewrite my script to sort of mold it and try new things. And suddenly I wasn't so afraid anymore to write and try stuff. So that was nice. Figuring out stuff. I keep thinking that I would have done a lot more if I just managed to match with someone who could inspire me, who I could talk to about ideas and such. But I wonder if I do have a friend who might have a point in that I'm trying to outsource my ideas, as in have others suggest ideas for me. But it's not entirely true. I I'm very picky with stuff concept wise. But checking with someone that a story I'm writing is good or at least engaging or exciting in any way, that's nice. And so back to what I was speaking of yesterday, with like lacking a publisher and an editor I could talk to. That played a huge role in just how slowly it's been going. Because when you don't play ball with anyone about it, then it's not really engaging. And I'm a social being. I didn't think I was, but I yearn for the socials. I just having someone around me talking, preferably drawing. Love drawing with people, hanging out, drawing. Sometimes the silence takes over. We're just sitting there vibing, art, and that's pretty good. It's good to hang out and yap to boost motivation. Heck yeah. Yeah, I like that. I kind of need the environment to grow, in a sense. Most people do. Um, Various reasons for that, I guess. Some people are good at being happy with what they're doing for themselves and by themselves. But I can't be doing that. I really want to enjoy drawing, and I have to. I kind of rely on not getting the feeling that, oh, I am only always arting and never being around people, and so I have no life, and that is kind of sad. No, 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 no. I can be laughing and I can be drawing, but I need the people around me to art together with. Let's see, this is Lugan. He's not got that stuff on the neck. Here we go. Thankfully I do have friends who I can hang out and yap with, and I do have a group of buddies who sometimes also can hang out. Not everyone is that lucky. However, it's not that hard to explore environments where those people exist. I've been for past years. I've been pretty good at uh, looking for events and places where I can get to know people who do the stuff that I do, so that I get some input and inspiration, and just know how things are. You'd be surprised how many many times one ends up uh, talking about like book industry things, and everyone can mostly agree on their experiences. Like, I will try not to go on that rant today as well, but uh, I don't think I know anyone who's had a positive uh, experience, like out of the box, with publishers from the children's book illustration side of things. So there's likely a lot of improvements to be made in that sphere. And there are like two kinds of people. There are kind of young people who are uh, saying yes to everything, but they are also like, is this normal? Is this supposed to be like this? I hate this. And you have the old people who, the veterans who are like, yeah, that's how the business is. We just gotta uh, do with it what we can, enjoy it, work hard and enjoy it. And I'm like, no, no, this is draining my soul. I will not accept this. Things shouldn't be the way they are. That's a lesson, kids. Don't accept bullshit. But of course, try to be diplomatic about it and see if you can come to an agreement on peaceful terms. Heck yeah. Right, we're still at login. Ooh, and we're drawing a very shapy hand. Very shapy. I kind of struggle with the connection between thumb and the rest of the hand, but I don't know what to do with it. I'm just accepting it at this point. Back to the I should study hands talk, which is, I mean, I tend to avoid saying like, oh yeah, I should be doing a thing that I'm totally not doing. Uh, I think in general that's a bad habit many people have. Been like, oh yeah, there's this healthy thing I could do, and I'm not doing it. I should be doing it. They're spoiler, they're not gonna do it. Like, why even mention it? I guess I mention it because I'm talking about hands. I'm drawing hands, and I see them and be like, I'm not convinced. Wonder why. I can't really tell. Should study, but all in due time. It's not a rush. It's probably good enough. He's giving a wink. Meanwhile, the burbs are being peaceful. That's very cute. You started learning Norwegian? Wow. Through what? By what means of learning? YouTube videos, nice. Hej, god dag och tack ska du ha. That's cool though. Oh, I'm really not feeling uh, the the sketches here. It's a sign that I haven't really been warming up. Geshu Studios, hello. Hello to you. Welcome. I think his head is too big. Thank you. I'm glad you like my line art. Right now, I'm fine sketching what's the green sketch, which is the layout, so that these pages become ready for the actual ink. Oh, it pains me. This this hat is going to be mostly hidden by the balloon. What language do I mostly speak? I speak Norwegian. So streams are usually in English, just for the convenience of the international crowd. Seems to be more accessible that way, you know. I would not like to run a stream in all Norwegian and then add subtitles or whatever. That's that would be too much work. There's probably automatic options, but I don't trust that AI stuff, you know? Oh, this is a silly expression. This is also the funniest trait of this guy. I just love the idea of his whiskers being pulled out to be a mustache, but a very thick one. There we got part of the shape done. That helps. Now barely got space for his beautiful sideburns. The handsome rat. Like s- side views and uh just yeah profiles of faces in general are just so much longer than one would expect. It's crazy. I find my biggest struggle used to be just getting space for all this stuff in a face, and it turns out the face needs to have that space. It, it, I used to draw just faces that were too small to hold all the information. Ooh. Oh, Twitch ad coming up soon. So yeah, to anyone who's new here or chimed in late, I'm drawing on comics today, but thought I'd give the my usual music tracks a little break. I'm listening to my own music right now. You can do so as well if you like. I usually prefer choosing my own music over listening to stream music, but I'm not sure if other people agree with that one. But it's certainly easier for me to let people listen to what they like instead of me finding license-free music, basically. Well, we are supposed to be close to the characters, but maybe I could shrink this guy a bit so we get to see more of his hat. I want this guy to be roughly the same size. He seems to be standing behind rather than. Hmm, I'm not sure. Here we go. Okay. Oh, that expression. Oh, how will I carry that on? How? It's something really funny about just faces getting a huge expression on them. But again, with the getting space for everything, I will have to shrink it and try to match that energy with an expression that is smaller but seems just as large. He's leaning on some leaves. I like it when the expressions just start disregarding physical constraints of the face, which is a dangerous statement. I don't like it when that's the main way of making character expressions, but it becomes a quite powerful. Um, how do you say virkemiddel? Well, powerful effect for contrast if used sparingly and saved for certain moments. Like here, it's just opening his eyes so wide. Oh, I'm feeling that. I did not warm up, or maybe I just haven't moved my hands and wrists enough this morning. But I'm starting to feel a stiffness cooking up in the wrist, which in part might be. Uh, hmm. Well, warm up has the one thing to do with it that I'm not relaxed enough. I'll try to use my whole arm to do the arting, which is a good art tip in general. Use your whole arm. Don't let the wrists and fingers do all the work. It becomes looser that way. Um, but I gotta loosen up. Only problem is that my monitor kind of swings about when I'm doing my motions. That's rough, but it's how it is. Okay, I want to draw more Reno, let's say. They're just having funny moments in the wilderness. God, it looks like a muppet. I think loosening up helps. I feel less strain in the wrist. If I get so far as to inking, we'll see how long that lasts. Whether or not I'll have to give it a rest. This, what is it? 10-year-old kid, 8 years old, uh, raising his brow so much that it gets like wrinkles in on his forehead. That is funny. Oh, the birds are cute. In. There are just so many hands here. This hand is too big. We gotta shrink that fellow. It's okay that he's gesturing, but there are limits. Oh. Then you got Keko, who's just being cute. What is... Oh, I see. It's a hand. Alright, more main character action. I will be drawing main character. Now we're channeling the loosening up. Wahoo! His arm is too short here, I think. Or the other one is too long, but we'll see. Here, his head is going to be too big. I'll shrink it when I've drawn it out in full, just to not confuse myself when looking at the expressions on the layout drawing. This is like one of the few um, full body drawings. Often it's quick to never have any full body shots in a comic, which is kind of bad. Don't do that. It's good to vary the composition in between panels, but it's also good to vary like how close or how far you are away from the subject. Uh, if you're having characters talk, that's especially important because it's boring to look at characters facing the same direction constantly, or just standing there and being seen from the same distance and angle. If they don't move around, then camera should be moving around. It's kind of my way of going about it. But it is surprising how often beginners forget that camera angles are a thing. I mean, obviously there is no camera, but you have this panel that is technically the window into whatever is happening. And so using movie phrases is kind of useful. All right, FaceTime. I think I'm gonna draw this in full because I do like the expression, but I have to shrink it afterwards. Now it's getting too loose. Oh. Oh no. He's getting a bit uh he's offended because he was looking at something and telling everyone else to be like, oh, look at that, isn't that interesting and fascinating? And the pirates go like, that kid is annoying. But what's more annoying is that the boy's got a point. There is something there, but I don't want to give him credit. What do? We pretend that we discover it ourselves. And so obviously, main character, is getting a wee bit offended that they can't just accept that it was Gino's idea. Like, don't make such a fuss. The pirates are a childish bunch. Love them. Oh yeah, right. Okay, so his whole head is too big, and so now I gotta shrink it. It's odd to see like how little you should change the size for it to start looking right again. But for my part, it's something that I go blind on constantly. I think it's a thing with when you're an artist and you've done lots of practice of drawing certain subjects. It is quick to get the habit of drawing the subjects from a certain distance or at a certain size. And that might mess up how you scale them, both proportionally for themselves and uh, just in general in the picture. Now he's gotten, yeah, his hands are way too big here. It tends to go like that when I'm in a tuning mood. As someone with slight animation education, I always wonder how people manage to get the proportions right. I think it's just the boring answer is just do it right. But I'm so bad at getting it right. Thankfully, the drawing is about more than just the proportion. You can get away with lots of things. It doesn't have to be perfect for it to sell, kind of. You can sell the idea. Hey, Casey, what's up? There is someone inside? No! Oh, dear me. Well, wouldn't you be happy to hear me inside your house? Uh, should I be offended? That's funny. Oh, poor you. Where's the... There's the stuff. I should be offended. Oh. Alright, this is... He's walking very close to the bottom. He should not be this close to the crop mark. But thankfully, he should be smaller than his buddy. And so they can be walking there with a safe distance from the crop mark. Your first instinct is always bad, nothing against me. Oh, Casey, you surprise me and disappoint. Have you not learned to not expect the worst? It is okay to have thought out the worst, to be prepared, but never expect it fully. Just to save you the stress. Also, hello Vex. We're cleaning up laptops right now for your sisters to use. Nice. Alright, we've filled the main character slot. Now it's Keko's time. Turn. Keko's turn. We have some plants in the background here. They are looking springy. Oh, no, shouldn't be zooming on that one. Actually, he should be a bit larger in this one if Reno is kept at his current size. I could shrink his expression, but it's kind of funny that it's very clear. Oh no, Vex, you got the bad ending. Without a PC for a long time? Oh, sorry to hear that. That freaking sucks. This goat from 2012, that's kind of rough. At that time, I think I was using a laptop from some school that I had bought off of them. Yeah, I had bought my school laptop that I had used, which of course got lots of virus. Silver linings, yeah. Yeah. It's no fun, but I guess you're on the lookout game now. Okay, so we got Keko here. He should be a bit larger than he is here. You don't care about eating the rich, anyone? Uh, have the rich stop existing to solve all the world's problems. Well, who knows, Wex? Maybe you got put on the watch list now. Now YouTube has sent a signal for someone to watch out, and it has your name on it. The rich are ready for you. There, we want some slight overlap. Oh no, the rich are about to eat you. No. Oh my god. That's no good. Rest in rip, Vex. We hardly knew you. Alright, we got Keko. Nice. And there's another Keko. Do I want to save it? Do I want to solve Keko Shrug first? Very tempted to get up and grab more coffee. Oh, Vex, that's poetry right there. Pulling up rhymes like that? These fingers don't look nice. So we got this situation here where you're seeing if a finger is built up by a string of blocks, like prison blocks, then you end up looking at fingers sometimes from odd angles where you're like looking at the angular part. And I feel like I got that going on here. It's a difficult angle. But before I do anything else, I I will get up and stretch, and I'll bring my mug to the kitchen to pour me some coffee. It's uh it's a hard working day, going nowhere. I wonder what's a good thing to be spending the evening on. Oh, actually, I should BRB real quick to handle some things. Just just give me a sec. Yes, be back soon. Hey, I'm back. We return to the hand situation. Thank you. It's good to be back with coffee. It's time for more yapping. And oh no, struggling. I don't feel ready for this. This would be so much better if I wasn't afraid of, bending a little on hands and fingers and stuff. How's the coffee? Coffee is okay. I'm being good. It's in the middle of the week and I have not put any syrups in it. So it is less enjoyable, but it still has milk. So caloric, calorie rich, calorie rich, obesity inducing. I can't do that hand. It's a bad place to start. Let's go to the other one. That's more of a side view. You can just do the Mickey Mouse thing. Kilocalorie rich even, yeah. Yeah, calories. I think coffee with milk is like my main calorie intake, aside from the day's main meal. That's crazy. How? I just drink a lot of coffee with milk and often sugar syrup or whatever sweet. I'm going to shrink this head. You only drink coffee when you go out to read. Oh, well, that makes it a good treat, doesn't it? Meh. It's just something to buy to be allowed to sit there. Is your ticket, your seat ticket? Yeah, no. Um, I wish I understood uh proper coffee. Seems like a fun thing to nerd out on, but I am very much plebeian in that sense. Where are we? There. It's your reading fee. Yeah. I prefer. I mean, obviously, I'm not coming to cafes to uh, sit and do a single activity and just buy something to sit there. I like to make it a treat as well, but having it as a reading fee is not bad either. You're a tea person? Nice. Tea is good too. I go in various periods, I think. Had tea this morning. Uh, I only drink coffee mostly because I live with someone who does make coffee in the morning. And so it's the most convenient thing to be drinking since it's already there, ready for drinks, and I don't have to fuss about making my own stuff and spend time on that. So it's a lazy thing. You could start having a treat and order chocolate. You could do that in weekends. Maybe a Friday treat. Stained milk. Is that what you call it? When you put stuff in it? Or did you mean steam? You love tea? Tea lovers, rejoice! You grow immunity to tea caffeine. Um, the solution when you're building immunity towards something like that is to have less of it on the regular to enhance the effects when you're having it. Not to increase the amount. That is how bad things happen. Don't you know this? I find it funny that there is quite a lot of caffeine in tea as well. I do love matcha. Matcha is good, though. Of course, I love that in the more candied aspect as well. Lots of sugar, good milk, preferably high quality matcha, but it's kind of both expensive and kind of a shame to be using it for stuff that is not just ceremonial tea vibes. All right, I'm spending a lot of time here just building this character, but not really drawing anything. I like my coffee with sugar. You're being brainwashed and making a cappuccino? Hey, you got cappuccino at home? Crazy. A couple of years ago, I used to make a lot of the powdered instant cappuccino kind of stuff. I'm gonna hide this for a bit. You have that? Yeah. I wonder how much brain power I spend every day contemplating whether or not I deserve having a treat or not. The answer is usually no, but it's like I bring it up on the regular as a like in order to try to bargain myself into having a treat. But if you ask me, that seems like something that possibly is a very normal struggle. So some nice things I need to to keep myself occupied. Happy enough. If I spend all day thinking about stuff I would like to have and don't have them, and don't allow myself to have them, I grow sad. So it's has to be handled carefully to not go overboard and also not make myself unhappy. Oh no, the wrist acting up. I'm doing the twiddly diddly small motions again, being bad. More arm movement. Oh, he's carrying a bag. I shouldn't forget that. Hey, number 36 guy, are you sure you're not just Memyag's fan number 36? I'm feeling a bit struggling with my uh, coordination here. Maybe it'll help to have this focus mode on. Force myself to do bigger strokes to do the stuff. I think it'll help a bit. Walking into structure, walking into the ruins. Oh no. Oh, Vex. It's a it's a true tragedy. A tragic tale you have to live. Would be nice if stuff stopped being shit. But here's to hoping. I hope it will, and I hope, yeah, I think it will. But there's no way of saying how soon. What's my PC specs? Oh gosh, if I know. It's running on Windows 10, I know. I could try checking. It's kind of interesting. Where's the about this PC thingy? System components? No. About 16 gigs of RAM, DDR3, 8 gig graphics card, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2070. Got a good bunch of storage. Yeah, I don't know how to tell really. Did any of that make sense? Sorta. Yeah, it's pretty decent. CPU. Uh, CPU. I need an adult. Processor. Processor being Intel Core i7 dash 4770K CPU. I am 3.50 gigahertz. Okay. No clue what that means, but it's a fairly good PC, and I wrangle the heck out of it with these big files. Yeah, thanks, Max. I I went to the about this PC place, but this is a hand-me-down from my boyfriend. So the guy in the house, he's used it for like game development and stuff, and also gaming. So it's quite good. So it does the trick. My boyfriend sounds hella cool. Yeah, he is. But that means that I always have access to an adult if I need help with anything technical. Not that I am that technically challenged, but yeah, I'm all these cards and additions and part names and everything. That's kind of Greek for my part. I'm not good with that, and he helped me replace what was a 100 gigabyte hard drive with a 1 or 2 terabyte hard drive. I forget. So yeah, 2 terabytes. So that helped with things. Given that it was his old PC, it's still full of junk. That's his, and I'm just living in a small folder somewhere because I'm lazy and I don't want to bother with uh, really flushing out the PC. What if we need something of his, some old game save or whatever? I don't know. There, pull his neck out. Keko's neck out, not the boyfriend. So this computer is living on Windows 10 for a good while, I think. I do not know what will be happening with uh, the Windows in the future. Seems seems like stuff is getting cooked, and I don't like it. And did you know Windows went just on? It just entered its villain arc just as I was like, okay, I'm done with Mac. My old iMac from 2017, 16, like an iMac I had bought. It's old, it's slow, it's kind of soft locked in, or kind of sort of hard locked on an update that it didn't manage to do, and that melted some Bluetooth module or something. I don't know. It was a hassle. There are many things I don't like with Apple, and I thought like, all right, Windows is the lesser evil. Right now, I'm not sure if Windows is the lesser evil. They both seem bad. You love formatting your PCs every so often. Lose everything? While yes. No. But my stuff. Oof, Apple product. Oh yeah. Apple is evil, but Windows is like chaos at the moment. Replacing one sticky poo with another. Yeah, yep. Yep, yep. That's exactly how it is. I just want to be able to draw my stuff, man. Apple, your beloved. Are you sincere or sarcastic? What I don't like about Apple is all this hand-holdy, it just works philosophy that uh, makes stuff work fine for a plebeian user, but anyone wanting to do anything more advanced or have more control over their stuff is just, eh. It's so hard, dude. You're sincere. Apple, your beloved. I enjoy certain Apple things. I spit on other Apple things. It's a mess, but just as Microsoft enters its villain arc with introducing all this AI bullcrap that is completely broken and just everything is on fire, Apple decides to be EA Games with Sims and having to sell all the expansion packs again for the fourth time. Uh, Apple just decides to make everything more expensive and requiring you to buy parts that sold separately that used to be one part, like the stand for the one computer. I haven't been paying attention. Microsoft was always the villain, was the popular villain, I guess. Gonna give Apple some credit. Yeah, pretty much. But Adobe is evil. Then why do you need Apple? $1,000 stand. What the heck? Like, what are you guys smoking? Who needs all that money? Is no one interested in just making the world an okayer place? No? Okay. I stand silenced. I bought a secondhand iPhone. I have an iPad. Those things together, also together with an app, the convenience of AirDrop in being able to copy paste between devices, that's pretty neat. That's comfortable tech. Someone that uses both OS, Windows is 3 generations behind Mac on. I guess that might be right. Though I felt like even 10 years ago, Apple's thing was that they would be regularly releasing new OS versions that all would be broken. And then you had to have this healing period before anything could be usable. Now I think my old Mac is too old to run anything newer than Mojave. I forget. We were so close to a perfect world, then we got set back by a decade worth of progress. I suppose. I'm just like, where where are the good guys? Everyone's working for the bad guys or being slaves to the bad guys, and no one is the good guy. Where are the good guys? I get that it's hard to be a good guy in this world, but where are they? They gotta exist, right? Or are they obliterated? Are they off to being successful with a more forgiving environment? I don't know. Luigi's locked up. No, my boy, my precious Luigi. Sad fact. I like Luigi. Sadder fact. I like Wario more. Luigi and Wario are like my favorites. If you really care, there's Linux. If you really care and have significant interest and understanding of how the heck stuff works, then it works. It's great. There, his head was a bit too large. I've been staggering on this one. Okay, next Kekko. It's the cute one. Oh, it looks terrible. It's weird with these simple expressions, simple or subtle, I guess, that are also a bit toony. They they kind of work within a range, but sometimes they become very difficult. And if a line lands on the wrong spot, it just becomes a whole different expression. And that's my that's my music telling me that it's been 2 hours. Will I listen to it again? Probably. Hope you guys are enjoying your own music today. It is Bring Your Own Music to the Stream Day. No, it's hard to finesse volume. Oh, I'm sorry. If you're listening to music in a different app, that's easier. Hey, there's this plugin you can use to uh, be more precise with the volume. My stream is the only background music you need. Aww, how lovely. You know, radio shows don't always run music. Should be fine. Not everything has to be a flashy, sensory hellscape show. It's okay. I'm glad. Hope you will survive. You have to have music on the background, otherwise your Bluetooth speaker goes to sleep. That is one reason to hate Bluetooth speakers. I have one Bluetooth speaker. It gives the jump scare whenever it turns off after a few minutes of silence. And my the headset I got plugged into the PC, that too is uh is something that turns off. Thankfully, not my noise canceling headset. Seems like that one's accepting that it's doing work with the noise canceling, and then therefore it's always active. So that's nice. Yeah, I'll put that music back on because I'm vibing. We're having a good time, or at least I am. It's clearly this is being a slow day, but that's fine. I'll be here all week. Silly Gizmo Lover, hello. And number 12 guy, hello. Or is it the same person? I don't get it. Hello, YouTube peeps. I don't know how to read YouTube chat. Another hand from a different angle that is difficult. Dual dual chatting. Nice. That means more engagement. Okay, there you go. We got Keko on the block. Wahoo! There's okay. We got all the Keko. There's 3 of them. Now it's captain's time. Why do YouTubers post leaks on their thumbnail? What you getting at? You mean spoilers? Are you being funny and that these are? Oh, you don't want to know about Zelda's first. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's a lesson for you. Don't browse the YouTubes. They it will contain spoilers. Don't browse YouTubes. Only keep like your bookmark for YouTube should be only to the channel of your favorite streamer, and you should never really visit the front page. That is how I operate. I rarely ever scroll the front page. Yeah, for example, that's a good one. Good shortcut to have. I wish I could change the Touchdorf name tag to Grusart, but I don't know. Hey, Silly Gizmo Lover, thank you for subscribing. You're a big YouTube browser, but why? You're an intellectual, you read books. What do you need YouTube for? And you hit that bell, very nice. I like that. This week is probably going to be a lot of streams, and after that, I have no idea what will happen. Future will tell, but the now will not tell the future. I am the current situation is that I am home alone and dreadfully bored and need to get work done, and so I stream to keep myself accountable. And thanks to you guys being here, I manage. So thank you all for being here. It helps me work. At least you have a script that removes YouTube shorts. Bless. That is beautiful. Nothing scares me more than YouTube shorts. I dread it every time I get trapped in there. Like if I just happen to open one, I'm like, help, let me out. How do I escape? Good. You're mellowing the brain rot. Very good, very good. Uh, like I keep mentioning, I watch a single YouTuber most of the time. I follow a few more. But sometimes I look up other people who I know have content that inspire me to like with art. Like that's usually when I'm like, oh, I would like to animate. I want to watch just a stream recording of some animator doing slow animation things. Then I do that for a couple of weeks and until I get bored, move on to create my own stuff and uh, get back to streaming my regular scheduled entertainment. Oh, thank you for belling me, Vex. That's very nice. Oh yeah, that YouTuber is totally you. You're great. You're a good YouTuber. My thoughts to the you're a good streamer emote. Now, is he doing a lazy eye or is he like, eh? It's funnier if it's just, sigh. Like he's not leaning into it. He's just like, oh god, you guys are being dumb, and I am playing along, and I kind of hate it because it's cringe. That is his emotion. Yeah, you. Aw, thank you, Vex. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. It's a thing I would like to get into the habit of doing, but I cannot promise a thing. Got them commitment issues. You will never get a schedule from me because I will the moment I start using a schedule, you bet I will stray away from it the momentarily, just instantly. Black hair. Look at that. This is a kind of weird part where, you have the thickness of the hat, it sort of slopes. That's all I'm gonna say about that. I'm not gonna try to explain it further. That's about as far as my words extend. I wonder if the future is there are people who are going to like watch these back. Having streamed for a couple of days in a row now, I should probably also go through the most recent ones and give them titles and everything. I like to organize it just to keep it navigable, possible to navigate. So that's an ear. And that's the hat. And there's some hair. Very nice. It's weird. Like, this guy's built weird with a thick neck and stuff, but I have a hard time drawing it. But that stuff requires practice. You have 100 minus 100 schedule integrity. Is that an ouch? There are some super old streams from 2018 where I was drawing something. I was illustrating a different comic then, a short comic about pigeons, but that one was without any without vocals. It was just the text stuff, I think. But I have forever the ghost of a scheduled stream, which I'm not sure how to interact with. Like, can I just delete it, or will something go live and explode if I do it? I don't know. You're very good at laying down and doing nothing. Yeah. That's a skill too, Combine that with regular working schedule and you have like a fully nutritional daily meal. Where's the other bird? There's one bird in the nest, and the other bird. Mm, I'm getting up to stretch and look for a bird. All right, the other bird is on the kitchen floor, pooping. Culprit. Oh well. My Rapunzel foot is not out too. Oh. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. I am glad. That's my goal is achieved. It's like a no real rush kind of stream. I'm just doing a thing and I'm trying to focus basically. Focus on the stuff that needs focusing and ramble whenever my head needs more than one thing to do at a time. Let's see, if I flip this. Looks good. Yeah. I'm happy with that. He seems like a good, unenthused uh, pirate. He's like, Harham, oh wow, you are absolutely right. There's there's a path. So the boys are like, oh wow, there's a path there. Pretend you're not hearing him. All right, what's your suggestion? Oh, let me handle it. Look, there's a path. Oh wow, yeah, you're absolutely right. There's a path. Let's follow it, but please tone it down. Keep it down. We don't wanna summon any more savages. That's basically the story of this page. The captain is too silly. Oh, again regarding space. Getting space for facial features. I often miss out on making space for his neck. Becomes this necklace, uh, compact creature. But we can fix that. We scale down the stuff that needs scaling down and add the stuff that needs the space. That helps. And after that, we might be ready to ink it. What time is it? Almost 3. It. Oh, goodness, no. Now I'm laughing at the expression. He's looking silly. He's just doing this crazy pose. Super clear, pointing. At this point, having slight issues with drawing fingers with, oh, hands with 4 fingers rather than 5. Seems like it's a kind of range that I just go back and forth between. Sometimes I'm good with 4 fingers, other times I get used to 5 fingers, and whenever the other's the case, uh, whatever one's the case, the other is just awkward to be drawing. I'm not sure if I will be having space for any sweat drops. We'll have to see. But I do enjoy a good layout, a well-built character, just visually, not necessarily design-wise, but finalizing a drawing on top of what is a fairly accurate skeleton of the character is one of the things I like the most. But I think all of that is just appreciation for work well done ahead, if that makes sense. So I'm reaping the fruits, enjoying drawing stuff by fleshing out parts bit by bit, and I'm always, oh, thank you, me of the past, who should bother to draw a thing properly so that now the next thing I draw, it will look decent. Woohoo! There's so many buckles, man. I cannot, I cannot understand. Um, I guess it's the 90s and early 2000s aesthetic with just 1,000 belts everywhere. I'm dealing with like 4 buckles on this guy, and that's way more than enough. I'm like, ah, enough with the buckles, man. Please, give me a break. There we go. There's an embarrassed captain. He's in. He's together with the others, ignoring the kids, being like, "Oh, yeah, you kids are stupid. We are the grown-ups. We do the adventuring. You guys come along and don't get in the way or in danger, please." In terms of making a good story, it's kind of a thing where how much of it should be dire, how much of it should be entertaining, entertaining, and how much should a story exist to change how you view things. Um, I kind of get a bit annoyed if a story is supposed to like the opinion that, oh, if a story is supposed to be good, it should like hold these and these things and it should mean something more deeply, whatever. While that makes for a more engaging story, it doesn't have to be the end of the world in a story to be engaging. Some things are just for the ride, for the fun, entertainment, experience. It doesn't have to be about larger things in life, is my opinion, anyways. I say that as a mediocre writer who have been struggled for years with trying to write a thing and accepting that it's not going to be amazing, but it might be engaging enough. I'm thinking that it's better that a story ends up being a happy accident rather than having this very formula driven uh, storyline to it or string of events. It's like people, every time I try looking into like how to write a story, sort of the tips I find are more about backwards engineering a story, which has a high chance of feeling just, well, plain formula driven and not really new or exciting, and often very static, very stale. I guess it depends like how rigid your own thinking is on that. I, for one, I cannot do the backwards engineering. I will have to be puzzling back and forth. I'm like, okay, I want this thing to happen. Okay, but it should have a good reason to happen. Can I make up a reason? That is. Not just, oh, the two characters got angry and refused to talk to each other. If only they had spoken, they would have avoided the whole thing, which is my least favorite trope. The the whole, oh, characters misunderstand each other because they didn't talk it out. And so writing a story based on like things I enjoy, I find that to have a certain value to it as well. And that's probably a way to find uh, one's own voice as a writer. Or so I think. It's like, I mean, back in the day, like in my teens, I I used to say that not everything has to be a diagnose. Like personality should be allowed. Writing is art, yeah, and writing is amazing in itself. Yeah, I was taught, like from school, I was taught that, oh, you have this dramaturgic sequence of stuff which is normal to use when writing things and things. Uh, but it is kind of bad advice. It's kind of the advice to give someone who is like, or a group of people who are like, yeah, we want to make a movie, but we got nothing. Where do we start? It's just advice to get content to make something instead of be like, oh, so you want to write anything you want to say, anything you want to create, any aspects whatsoever you want to include. And back to the visual thinking is that, okay, I have small sequences, scenes, bits and pieces that I want to include. How can I uh, make that become a full story that makes sense and is kind of an adventure? Here's a character. Who is it? Who goes there? Okay, save your progress. It's been a while. It is saved. Good. Now to look a bit on who have been walking here. Yeah, we got, okay, that guy, Rob. Oh, Hida is carrying a bag. Did realize. Those are things I should note down, and I do not bother to. Huh. It could be Arndt, actually. I'll make it Arndt. Arndt is the guy who is a full rat, whole rat, built like a rat, intelligent, but not really able to speak. Physically, sort of kind of handicapped. I'm not sure if a large rat would be able to make much noise. As far as I know, you can tickle a rat and it will make it will giggle. Also back to writing and the art of writing. I've really enjoyed parts where I have been writing some things and I have sort of accepted that I am when editing I am sculpting the text, like you're you're netting it to bring forth the right words, the right vibe, and uh, I always keep like two versions side by side when I do that. because that way I don't lose any information. As I was mentioning before, that I'm terrified of losing information that proves to be like, oh no, the previous idea was the best. I shouldn't have deleted that. Dang. What am I doing? I'm making comics. What are you doing? Have I tried tickling a rat? No, I've seen a video long ago. I've seen claims that they like to be tickled, but I don't know. I cannot. Do not tickle any rats on my behalf. Before it's proven that rats actually enjoy being tickled. But I think they do the laugh, a very very tiny laugh. You see someone in the drawing. Whomst? I'll have the tail point partially towards the captain, and we will. Actually, I was about to say that we'll disregard that he's standing behind or so, but actually it seems to work. Seems to work. Choreography is okay. And all this stuff is too small. There we go. All right, we got the characters. That. Oh, I'm gonna. Yeah, we got. Gotta do the balloon sketching as well. I like to hand sketch the shouty balloons. The balloons in Clip Paint are vector based. In that, I mean, the lines they output are raster, but they are controlled by vectors or some vector or something, and they tend to look a bit dead if you don't know like where you want to keep it. So since it's more organic to draw things by hand anyway, I can find an organic shape that I want to follow by sketching it first, and then I can make the balloon follow that as a guide. That's how I end up making balloons that seem less dead. I also do that with alternative balloon tails that are not just straight. The real revenge shipper. Hello. Welcome. Then we have these. I think I want to move the balloon, captain's balloon here, and then this guy can reply. But I will have to check that the text does not cross this green line. This is kind of my safe margin for text and stuff. Anything from here and inwards will partially be lost in the middle of the book. I would have corrected the borders to be like actually go here, but since the first book already does this, I'll have to do it otherwise differently. No, we don't want too fancy balloons. And we want some effect stuff going on. Okay, if I then turn off the layouts, we have a finalist sketched. Whoa! I think first off we unlock the text for a moment. It's time to fix this. Again, save your progress. Now, that's pretty cool. Thank you. We're getting places. This is again a part of breaking stuff into smaller, more manageable pieces. Alright, away with the reference. I got some balloon changing to do. I really dislike this type of vectors because I get no control over how it looks. So I'm gonna replace that for these two balloons. I gotta make sure the brush shape is set to dashed line, and I forget. Is it like 5 millimeters? 3, 5? 5 looks good. We do 5. And dashed, not dotted, but dashed. Increase size lines. Yeah, that's all the dashed thingies. Then we continue replacing balloons. Oh, come on. Object tool, work with me. Oops. That one missed the text. Now, reason I have to replace these is that at the time that I made them, these balloons, I didn't have the preset made. And so I just added normal balloons to help the editor read the dialogue. That's kind of the hard part, is making stuff readable in a rough phase, just to, make it possible for others to give critique. So these were all just placeholders. All right. I'm not sure if that made sense. Doesn't matter. This is kind of a boring part, or not very interesting part, but it is useful. I like keeping the balloons rather big as well, in case there would be, like, in the event that a translation is due, and then the balloons might be able to hold whatever text that takes up more space than the original does. It's kind of the thought, though that's also very much assuming that an actual translation is going to happen. We can't know for sure, but I will live in hope. Hoping it forever. Okay, I can close this off. And I can also do this. That way I can actually tell lines apart. This is kind of what I like. I can add points. This here is a good opportunity to get some overlap going. Yeah, I'm not super in love with that balloon tail. It works, it does the job, but there's also not much space to work with, so we'll leave it at that. It's crazy how this can quickly become one thing that is just very time consuming, oddly. In part, I blame the vectors for being kind of awkward to handle. No, the vectors are doing funny things with the rendering here. That's fine. We can leave it. There we go. I also like it when uh, you can tell that the balloons are not just copy paste of each other. I mean, they were originally, but at this point, I'm doing adjustments to the shape and everything so that we get more nuanced shapes going on. Uh, it is a bit awkward to get the shapes to not feel awkward. Like the vector tools are not super great, but they work well. There are so many times I'm just wondering, like, hold up, did I finish that sentence? I don't know. Don't know if I did. It's fine if I didn't. There we go. That's an odd shape. Okay, balloons in place. Now I'm gonna name drop that character because it will come up later. Just nudging some text. Saving, saved progress. And I think I'm going to grab a selection of the panels. I'll deselect that part. No, I'll select the visible part. And then mask away what's outside. Like so. Good. Very, very good. We got balloons, boys. Ballooners. short distraction. Tinsel is a distraction. I think that is a reasonable cue that I should be getting up and have a short break. I think I will do that. Uh, what I have right now is basically. Oh yeah, yeah. I forgot about this. But otherwise, this page is, so to speak, ready for inks. So that's nice. So I will BRB for a couple of minutes. Be back soon. See ya. Hey, I returned back from the break. Are you guys ready for some inking? You also returned from your dinner. Why, that's super nice. Very good. Scratching, scratching. All right. Inking time. Reduce some color or completely remove color. Reduce. It's fine as it is. Very good. Now, temporary ink. Will do. Will do, Reno. Poor, poor pal. Who looks? Oh yeah, I forgot. This was the very toony picture of him. Inky. Now I'll try not to get like wrist pain from doing stuff here. I might stray away from the sketch just a bit. Or I'll go get stuck in an undo loop. That happens too. Oh, yeah. Doesn't really matter. It's really helpful to keep the side, the view on the side, which is zoomed out, because that helps me pull out of the detail rut, where I'm like, oh, I gotta get it just right. I have some parts in this where I've clearly zoomed in too much, and I wonder if anyone is going to see what's going on in there anyways. Oh, but look at him. He's being a kitty. Oh, look at him. He is being offended. Upset that the adults are being childish. Oh. At one point, I am going to need making a cover illustration. And I am so clueless to what that's gonna be. Like, well, what's the picture gonna be? Is it him running away from crazy people, or are they just in the woods? The previous book cover was sort of mid-action. While it sets the scene with promise of conflict and stuff. This would look like he's in the woods. Well, maybe. Walking in the woods is not super interesting though, so they could be on an expedition with lurking dangers around them, or they could be like mid chaos with lots of crazy people around them. I'll show you in a sec. We got blah blah blah. They enter the cave. They find the ruby. They exit the cave and get. Where's the horde? They get like super attacked by just tons of crazy people, hordes of them, and a whole army that just showed up. So they could be in the middle of that disaster. Uh, on the cover, but I'll get a feel for it probably somewhere throughout the story. When stuff like when the pages start getting like more fleshed out and I know for sure what's happening in the book. Like that sketch right there is probably a year or 2 years old. Years and years. That's 3 to 4 years, depending on how you add that. And so it's a very old doodle, and if I happen to come up with a scene that kind of vibes and doesn't spoil too hard, then I might go for it. I'll probably be speaking with an editor about it. Do I want to use more black? Maybe? I'll roll with it. Crowd, crowd drawing is your nightmare? Yeah. It is overwhelming. I think it will be good, but it requires a specific mindset and patience. In addition to the mindset. I know some people love drawing crowds because that lets them do lots of random character designs that you never have to see again. I partially like that, but I'm kind of I don't feel confident as a character designer, and so I don't really have fun with that on my own. Thankfully, I have a couple of friends who are lending me character designs to at least lighten the load just a bit. Oh, okay, I disagree with that foot. Good. I always disagree with his feet. It's awful. Oh, Hilfe. Should I detail it any more than? I don't know, man. I don't know. There he is, the boy, the legend, the creature. They don't look bad. No, no, they don't. But I keep struggling with the shape of them. Like I am also undecided. Like, is his footprint like just this? Or is it more like prioritizing the big toe? And I think it is, while also being kind of paw paw coded. It's hard. It's complicated, and I don't get the practice too much. Oh, but I don't draw them enough to get the reps in. You know what I mean? But they do their job, so you know that's what's most important. They end up doing things as they should. But yeah, crowds can be very tiresome if you're not in the mood for doing lots of character design. I think for me, it's kind of it becomes one of those things where it's best if I just feel like, oh, I'm giving up on this. I'll just do stuff and get it over with. Is the most efficient way to get through it, because I think I have a weakness in that I would like to get to know a character a lot of the time. And it's a thing about in design that uh, part of the design should let you learn something about them or whatever. And some of that stuff just requires thought. And again, I'm always wanting to escape the work of having to think, regardless how much I love working on well thought work. Like this sketch, for example, it's a good sketch, and I can enjoy it. But yeah, I am reaping the fruits by inking mindlessly on top of a decent sketch. But we'll see. I hope I'll be in the right place for streaming when I do the crowd shots as well. That will be interesting. But in the comic I made in 2018 that I illustrated, that too was a kind of lots of crowd shots involved. It didn't vary as much in terms of uh, like choosing what species we're drawing and culture and everything. It was one culture with uh, basically only crowds of pigeon people, so it wasn't that varied and not so demanding. But in here, there's tons of variation, and then I gotta think of more original stuff than cats and dogs. Mm-hmm. We're doing okay. Creation is fun and exciting. Yeah, that's exactly it. Variation is something that helps you grow, and for my part, possibly uh, keep interest. If I do the same old thing over and over, I will get tired. Sometimes I really get tired from the technique, which is why this isn't very demanding. I don't have to wonder, oh, what's what's the technique I'm gonna do? I'm going to do the same old thing, well, over and over. I'm gonna do layouts, then I will find sketch, then I ink it on top, and there is tons of problem solving along the way that keeps it interesting. But especially the inking part, this is just like machinery, it's execution. So that part is not getting varied, and then it's good if the subject that is going through the same old procedures is different. What is that? Okay, I'm not friends with this Alvo. Cool. I'll just let it exist and we'll be on our way. Very good. Really like the shape of the lower leg here. Yeah, variation is fun. Which it also goes back to the what's the point of making a comic with the exact same angle and distance between shots, even the same position of characters and everything. That gets dreadfully boring, not only to read, but also to make. I think I like about comics is that you end up writing yourself into a corner where you're facing some challenges with, oh, this this part of the story calls for a this kind of uh, shot or thing to do the job, and I don't usually draw that. And so I'm constantly facing new challenges in that regard, which is both fun to solve, but it helps improving as an artist. Helps to improve, I guess. Helps widen the horizon. Like, what I usually complain about is not, oh, why did I have to include a ship in this comic? Oh, it's so much work. It's more like, oh, this dumb ship that I gotta do now. I am complaining that the ship is there, but it, the story, the shot, everything just simply calls for a ship right there. It's nothing to ask in a complaining manner about. It's just how it is, and it is healthy. Helps improving. Now, this is a challenging thing to be drawing. Like semi-parallel lines that's supposed to have a nice flow. Ho ho ho. I could just make a ruler. I don't wanna. Some people are happy doing the same things over and over. Like watching Netflix. No hate. I'm balancing between the, oh, I need input, and I want to make stuff. Or watching ZFG. Um, hate? Are you? Are you throwing shade? Goodness gracious me. Hello, Buster. How are you doing? Look, we're inking. We're inking this baby, and Reno is still very large in this. I wonder if I can get away with actually scaling up this poor boy. Oh, I'm actually gonna ink that part first. Maybe even this part. Not sure if that's needed. But we try to scale him up. Generally, this is a bad thing to do because it reduces the quality. Making flying tutorials, visiting Ruse. Oh, that's nice. How sweet. Very sweet of you to pop by. I appreciate it. I can make him super large. Does it work with the scale? Cancel. Oh, I'm not allowed to navigate the subview window while I'm mid transformation. Alright, I'll apply that and we'll see. How large are they in relation to each other? Reno reaches up to, well, basically just by the elbows. Hmm. I think I like that better. Feels a bit more to scale. And I get to do another overlap, which I love very much. And yeah, it looks good. I'll take it. Then we can delete that, fill that back in, and we did the thingy. Very good. Now apply that and move on to, yeah, I can do some quote unquote hatching stuff that's added to the hatching layer. Think, do I want that? I'm not sure. Maybe I want this and this, but sort of a different kind of hatching thing going on the ground. Exactly. I think so. Helps texturing the ground while also not over detailing it. Plus grounding the character. Which reminds me I should show how close they are to. Yeah, I'll. Bleed border. How close they are to the bleed border. I will make sure I don't go too close. Yeah, we don't have to even frame it. It's fine. It looks good. Yeah, apply that. Also getting some here. I think I'll do the same with partial ink fill and otherwise some squiggly stuff to texture the bumpy road. Very good. Very nice. There's a ugly bit. Away. Good. Good, good, good. Then we have the unimpressed pirate captain. We have the unimpressed Reno. Yeah, we can do unimpressed Reno. Mildly offended, Reno. Actually, I'll reduce the opacity of the text again and lock the layer so I don't touch it. Save your progress. And we continue. I kind of liked the feeling of doing the main shapes, the main contour and outline of the character before moving into the detailing. We'll see how much I'll stick to that, but it gives a flavor to it. And helps me to see what to prioritize between lines. We can apply that. Move over to the next hand. I mean, it feels quite flat the way he's holding his hands, but that's also partially a joke. It's good enough. And again, this angle to be viewing a hand, which I ought to study one day. Maybe one day in the far future when I have completed the book and don't really need it anymore, I will do a stream where I just draw hands. Since streaming seems to be the main way for me to actually get anything done. This straight line is just like that one modified thinking emoji. Like it. I wonder. I haven't even considered it to be a possibility to play games for entertainment of my own. There's so many games. True, too many games. I can play all of them. No, no, I'll be paralyzed. I'll get like decision paralysis, and not play anything at all. Crap. How will I survive? Do I want 500 suggestions? No. I was considering booting up Breath of the Wild or something, but I'll be real. I'll probably end up sitting down and animating or something instead, because creator's gonna create, and I don't have time for my in my own time shitposty drawings because I'm making comics, and then I gotta do that off hours if I want it to happen. It's a struggle. Would be nice to boot up Stardew Valley or Minecraft. Would not be nice to feel the yearning afterwards to go back to gaming, like weeks afterwards. Would be terrible. It's my issue is I do like games, but I tend to get very very busy with them. Just one more day, then I'll go to bed. True, that was me for at least 1 week, maybe two, after I first bought Stardew Valley. The saving for each completed day is the most evil thing that has been created. It would probably be easier to leave it if I could just save in the middle of things. On the other hand, it's kind of nice to start the game and you know that, it's a new day. I don't have to remember where I left off, except you got your, I guess, long-term goals that you might have forgotten anyways. Is it truly that different? I don't know. Oh, look at him. He is offended. He even gets very small, very invisible frowns. Should he be like... I can't decide on the mouth. Yeah, that's better. I like it. I like it better. Oh, but if I was gaming, I could do so in stream. This would become a game stream. Whoa. I don't think I will be doing gaming streaming. It would probably feel nicer in one way. I would be gaming and yapping. Pretty much the same as I'm doing now, except that's not uh it's not an outlook for an income in any shape or form. Would be fun to play a randomizer, but I would suck. I would do most horrible. There we have it. The boy, the legend, the offended. Whoopsie. It's very nice to be drawing the boys. Oh, Borbo. You can't be walking outside the nest. The eggs will grow cold. Dummy. Reports have uh, reports are coming in. The Borb is outside the nest. Eggs are unprotected. Danger, danger. They're fake eggs anyway, but comfy Borbs are a cute thing. It's very funny. They walk with their body very low, as if they're crouching. Super cute. It's like they cannot be bothered to lift their entire body, so they just walk low. Silly, silly borbs. And the bird is back in the nest. Crisis averted. I wonder what determines whether or not you can eat eggs of any kind. If it's just a legal thing, that it has to be poultry of any sort, or if there are actual nutritional reasons to not eat other eggs, like seagull eggs, for instance, are at least in Norway, you shouldn't really be eating seagull eggs because seagulls eat trash, and their eggs might uh, contain bad vibes that gets taken up by the body. Plus, that seagulls are considered a threatened species. I'm not sure. They are everywhere, and they have the nerve to be protected. Grr. Right. Noting his very subtle Adam's apple on the neck. Protect his pests. That's there. There you have it. Perfect. Uh, well, the seagull mafia was quite uh, impressive in Stavanger. That was just a band of big birds lounging, threatening babies. Very good, very good. I appreciate the sight of just hordes of chilling seagulls. Cool. This hand doesn't make sense and it reads nicely. I'll take it. And again, I shouldn't bother to clean up much. This is the strap for his bag. And the other stuff. This is his clothing. This line is useless. Or is it? I gotta practice that cross hatching stuff. Not necessarily cross hatching, but like selective hatching, where you help define parts of the shape with certain lines. I'm not quite well versed with that. I wish I had more control, but there's no better way of learning than doing, and possibly looking up like what other people do. Okay, that's one boy. One more boy down. Are we? We're still on the boys. I don't want to swap like what who I'm drawing to. I kind of have to get into one character I draw them, and preferably not change too much around if a character takes some getting used to. Otherwise, I'll get so worn out from merely having to transition between different folks, different builds, lots of jazz. Hmm. I would say I wonder what I'll have for dinner today, but I think I've decided it will be boring. Boring what? It'll be uh, Thai sticky rice with eggs and onion. 'Cause that's what's in the house. I had that on Monday and it was okay. And I will not bother going to the store, so that's what we have. Sticky rice, yeah. Oh, I love sticky rice. So much. I think that's one of the best things I've ever learned to cook. Like, no joke. Even if it's time consuming, it is just so delicious. Especially when it's like properly prepared to be moist and never go hard. Like, super soft. Yum yum yum. Sticky rice is so good. Oh, you're right, Explorer. So good. I love it. It's so tasty, and it's fun how you have such a flexible uh, ingredient that allows you to make both sweet and savory stuff. In my case, it'll be savory, but I do enjoy the sweet aroma of it all. Very good. Question is though, when will I end up having the dinner? I did have a somewhat late lunch, and I have barely been streaming for only 4 hours. Short stream, I know. Uh, we'll see how long it'll take to ramp up those numbers and raise that against how long will it take me to ink these characters. I'm getting the feeling that once I'm done with the characters, I'll probably feel quite done for the day. Likely there will be no background inking unless I do a smarty and uh, do some backgrounding before I finish the characters. Have I tried Magma? Magma, that's the name of it. Yeah, I have. And does it still have the gamified thingy that it counts your strokes and gives you a notification when you have like, ooh, wow, 1,000 strokes? Because that stuff annoyed the heck out of me. I used it before it was turned to Magma. It still does that. Oh, crap. 0 out of 10. Crap app. It was good, then it started doing dumb stuff. Now, I used Aggie, as it was called. That was fun. It was pretty alright. I've had fun with using it with friends. But the whole Magma rebrand threw me off a bit. I haven't really touched it since. But it's a good toy to draw with friends. When I grew up, I used iScribble and what was called Art Grounds, which I think was a Norwegian owned website, if I'm not mistaken. It had a really nice drawing app where you could draw on the same canvas as other people, usually strangers, but you could, message a friend and be like, "Hey, meet you at the art thingy." I think that like the app on Art Grounds was called Sketcher. Not sure if that's active still, but it was good times, very cool. And it is nice to see that there still exists collab art sites. So it's a fun friend activity and meet new friends activity where you get to know new people. It was on Art Grounds I met or spoke to someone who was drawing really cool, something just super nice. And I had written that, oh, you're so talented. And the person just replied, it's not talent, it's skill. And I remember that every time someone comes up and tell me, oh, you're so talented. I I mean, I get it. I get the price. At this point, it is a buildup of skill. But one doesn't have to be like a super strict about the difference in certain cases. I found in my case back then it was educational to have it, but I also kind of felt bad for being like, oh, I said the wrong thing. I didn't know there was a difference, or I hadn't considered that. And, you know, uh, that's the way to get woke, I guess. Someone telling you something is not how you thought about it, or whatever, is like, oh, huh, I guess. Question then, do I bother understanding it and fixing it? Do I understand it, take it in, and start a war towards everyone who say the wrong thing? I don't know. Pay it forward or not. Some things are worth paying forward. Difference between talent and skill. It is there, but I've seen a lot of talentless artists who have built a lot of skill. Honestly, that's more respectable than just being talented. Because the non-talented person has to work harder to build that skill. Because learning takes longer. observation and intuition needs perhaps different treatment. And yeah, those who find art, for example, very difficult, still do it, kind of suck at it, but continues. That's mad respect. I really, really love seeing that actually, because it proves the point that it doesn't really matter if you're good at the thing. If you enjoy it and if you enjoy the learning process, you're all set. You're good to go. You're already living a better life than tons of people in the world who are just struggling to make it uh, for the wrong reasons. People who are trying to, for example, they have a huge interest, but they're forced to lead a normal life or whatever. Stuff and such and things and yaps. I love this expression so much. Oh my goodness. It came out real nice. Love it. I'd say that my success ratio with drawing has kind of upped itself over the years. I might have talked about that before, but I used to be in the school corridors in the, what do you call them? During recess, whatever, breaks. And I was just doodling constantly on paper with a ballpoint. And there were sometimes I would be doodling characters, wolves, OCs, this boy, and usually it would kind of suck. And sometimes there would show up a head or pose or something that sparked interest or seemed good in a way. And I always counted that as just a lucky shot. Like I drew something and it looked good. Wow, coincidence. And then you would have that lucky ratio go up through the stat boost known as experience. And soon stuff would come out pretty good, more consistently, by keeping at it, trying to replicate random successes to gain more control over it and stuff. All that jazz. It's very nice to think about, but that's also, it's both a luck-based slash talent thing, and I lost the last bit. I think, I'm not sure if a person with less talent would also get those lucky shots. Probably. They would have to work harder to determine, like, to understand what had just happened and to replicate it with more control, is what I believe. Oh, but I think I might have talked about that in previous streams a while ago, but when I see art people having an educational ramble on YouTube, and they come with sort of harsh advice, but it's just advice that is phrased in a way that people don't like hearing about, and they're trying to explain stuff as best they can, and people will give them shit for uh, saying that. Well, basically misinterpreting what was just said. I think it was this guy who was like, "You don't need talent to create," and what people got out of it was you have no talent, therefore you shouldn't create, which was just the opposite of what it was saying. Like how people. So be real careful. Don't blindly listen to art advice, and also try to understand what people are trying to say rather than the exact words they are using, because words are hard. I know for sure words are hard. Uh, I would say almost for a living that words are hard. But words are hard, and YouTube doesn't have to get angry to at people for trying to express what would be uplifting advice, really. But that's internet in a nutshell, blowing up over misspoken and thus misinterpreted uh, words and sayings. But me personally, having a more relaxed and cynical view on things kind of helps on uh, registering that advice as something I can use. Like, not, they don't have to phrase it just right for my part. I can try to understand it and rephrase it in a way I like better in my own mind. And that way I save them work. It's like me outsourcing my thinking and ideas, being like, oh, but what's gonna happen? I need this idea. Please, someone give me an idea. My friend goes, look, you gotta think for yourself. You can do that with advice. You can get advice, be like, what does that mean? I think I know. I think I understand. But advice like that is never given maliciously. Never intended to be hurtful or anything. People are different. Many art people are sensitive, maybe even overly so. Uh, and they don't have to feel attacked. They don't need to. It's like what some guy on the internet is saying doesn't have to mean that they are a bad artist. It's the best way to disagree with someone is to be like, oh well, he says that. He may mean that. I don't care. Disregarding someone else's opinion, either because it didn't suit you or uh, seems wrong for your purposes, whatever. Stuff like that. It is people. Some people, I see people end up uh, being very obsessed with having to protest, having to disagree, or whatever, instead of just, well, leaving, going like, oh, this person says that. That's their opinion, man. I don't vibe with that. I can't think of any reason people will protest and get upset other than feeling as if their own opinion is less worth because this good artist said something from how they view things. How you view things have means so much. Like it decides so much on how you take in information. So, and people express their words differently, their opinions differently. Some people are really good with words. They are really good at expressing uh, what they want to say in a digestible manner. And boy, do I wish I was that person. I'm so easily misunderstood. I hope this art ramble is not something that offends someone, because then my whole point from earlier in this ramble just stands. It stands confirmed. But yeah, be chill, be nice to each other. I'm telling you guys what to do. Ha. Not technically. Telling people how to think, but merely from observational standpoint. I usually don't touch much of, especially YouTube stuff. I'm kind of fascinating that YouTube comments is a thing and that people feel compelled to leave comments. Comments can be nice, and for community purposes, it's great. It is a way to connect, but whenever there's always rage, very few times do I feel compelled to leave a comment. One of the times was, if anyone are familiar with Game Grumps, whom I used to watch a lot of a while ago. Arin was playing Majora's Mask, and he did not learn to use the shield. And so he hit a hard mini boss that would attack him, and he could have shielded, but he hadn't learned to shield. And he got so mad and frustrated that he rage quit that game forever until he picked it back up a year or so later. But he was also rushing. He was getting stressed out because he wasn't having progress instead of, um, you know, taking it easy, being like, dang, we do a side quest instead, let's go. But that's what happens when you have to yap and play games. But he was being too cocky and he rage quit. That's one time I felt compelled to leave a comment because I wanted so bad to be like, look, Aaron, you gotta enjoy the game. Don't rush it. All right, Buster, you're off to talk to the people you work with. Nice. Hope you enjoyed my ramblings that you cannot talk back to. Ha 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 ha. But enjoy. Have a great day. Thank you for popping by. Still really appreciate it. How long did I spend on that one drawing? I feel like I've been doing nothing for ages. All right. On to the next. Have we drawn? We drew all the boys. Okay. Enough boys. Uh, we do Lugin. Or do we do the captain? Well, captain's in front. I guess we're doing the captain. Target the character layer, I should specify. I'm not sure if I'll manage to get through all the characters. Reports are in. Birds in a cage, sneezing. Short, short distraction. Let's go. Oh, we're drawing here, boys. Here, boy. Wait, this is... Okay, he kind of counts as separate. He doesn't overlap Reno as much, so he can actually be on the main character layer. Where is he? There we are. I wonder if I get want to do all the characters in that panel, if I should try targeting the background a bit, just to get some background done and not avoid it forever, as I would most love to do. Avoiding backgrounds, my beloved. I am joking. Backgrounds are kind of, in a sense, they're just another character. Could be a way of seeing it. Oh, forgot his sheet for his sword. Here we go. Sword. Totally legit sword. I am going to make a guess and say that this jacket does not have a split. I could easily look that up, and I'm not going to. I'll fix it if it proves to be wrong and bothers me enough for me to fix it. That's how we roll. Oh, wrong. I wronged. How could you let me wrong? People. Now we have here, there, and I can add some blacks to it. It does have black hair after all, but hatching usually makes it more difficult to color in, so sometimes it is preferable or even better to just fill it in on a different layer. Here we go. All right, that swirl there doesn't really go well. Here we go. I know I keep saying that. It's a habit. You guys will have to live it. There. Now that's the captain. And so we add Lugan. He's not that complicated, but we'll find him anyways. That's me straying away from the sketch. And looking smug doing it. Mhm. Reports are in. The bird is preening in the cage. Imagine having an entire day just preening, eating, drinking. Seems rather boring. I will not lie. But they seem content. Birds seem happy. It is actually. I recently moved the water, the drinking well for the birds to be uh beside me, where I sit by my desk, and it is quite cute to see them come by and have a drink. Will admit, one of the better decisions I've made. All right, character down. Whoa. Now, for what I was saying, there's one complication, and that is that if I'm going to do finish characters in one panel, then do background, I might end up having to uh, fly between like lowering and increasing the opacity of layers, and I don't really like that. Uh, the the less I need to touch on the layers, the better. But the good news is that it's not that much background in here. I can just draw stuff like in between the characters, and it will probably look good enough. But I would like to push this to multiply. All right, back to inking things and such. Now, what I don't know is that this here is a path. And just say the sneeze. There's a path. Who walked here? Did someone go here before the curse was left, or because there's this time thing going on the island where time is not really moving. However, when in regards to time, there are various factors. One thing is the processes of stuff in relation to one another. The other is how do you deal with wear and tear? Like some decay happens from uh, just stuff being scraped off over time, and some stuff happens from uh, chemical processes. And on this island, there seems to be very little decay. And what's going on with that? Let's find out. You have to go to bed? Alright, Explorer. Have a good night. Hope you sleep well. And thank you for hanging around. It's been very great. Very good. Nice and pleasant. With all the yapping. You bet. I got you covered. Now we also want some background, but perhaps a bit lighter ink. And we've been on for 4.5 hours. I am growing hungry. Oh yes, I am not going to finish inking this today. Not at all. Could have if I started earlier. With a huge if. I spent too much time this morning doing art fight stuff. Preparing for next year. I'm so stoked. I have this character who I really like, but he is silly in the sense that he's a character from my teens, with all that comes with it. All the beautiful teenage energy. But if my music ended, what am I going to do? I hope you guys are listening to pleasant music as you're watching the stream. If you intend to. If you're only enjoying the stream, nice. But I want music. I'm tired of the music I've been listening to for the last weeks. Maybe. It's the end of an era. I usually have these hype periods where I'm like, oh, I'm so vibing with this. I'm gonna listen to it all the time. And I do that, and I enjoy it. It is the best. And then comes the time where the vibe wears off. That's just the nature of things. I want to feel that high all the time. When I decide to. But moving on is natural. And the need to move on comes naturally. This part is not going to be visible, and I'm... Oh, goodness. Now we move on to different parts. He's stretching his lips forward like a llama. I like that. I'll see how far I get in half an hour, maybe. That is till next time my music, my super private secret music wears out. Okay, eyes on the captain, buddy. I think I will do most of the hatching of his sideburns in the hatching layer. Will I eat potatoes? Hello, Crimsonart. No, I will not eat potatoes. Who should you draw? I don't know who you should draw. Who do you like to draw? I cannot answer that question for you. All this stream I've been talking about outsourcing ideas, and I don't get to dictate what people should be doing. Am I Indian? No, not that I know of. Oh no, I'm getting into the hairy stuff. Oh no, save me. I shouldn't be doing this. Lots of this information will be lost when I do add the blacks. But I like it. It looks quite fabulous. Oh, wait, what am I looking at? Oh, right. Okay, we got this. This is the lapel. Riding there. And that goes on top of the shoulder, who also has a little bump at the seam. Very good. We solved it, guys. Beautiful. Mm, very nice. Okay, onto the hatching. Keeping that on a different layer because I would hate coloring it. Oh, but I am going to love looking at it. It is looking nice. Then we do some things while also getting a bit hungry. Oh, starving artist. It's real, folks. It's starting to look nice. I kind of forgot how I used to do the hair, and so I'm just freeballing it. Yes, very good. Oh, I like that expression actually. It looks very suspicious. Then we also got Lugan. Where is he? Oh, oh, I feel faint. I'm too hungry. I can't do stuff. Oh, I said it was going on for half an hour. I'm starting to feel it now. Oh, gotta keep an eye on the zoomed out picture to see that I'm not overdoing any detail. Though I like the shape of this hand. It's doing lots of handy things that I can appreciate. when all I can think of is how hungry I am, it might be time to do something else and have that food. You saw that straight line that happened there? It happens when I swing the pencil uh, and happen to hit the the button on the side that usually starts navigation mode, but mid stroke it does nothing. It just kind of interrupts the stroke. Oh, the bird is flirting. We apply that and add the final part on this character. And that makes it for that panel, I think. I could do. I can add whiskers. This guy has like a few stray whiskers together with a stash. The guy with the largest moustache is, of course, the captain. Then we get this huge burst. Add that to the effects layer. This one's actually pretty good too. And remember, save your progress. I'm gonna post a little thing somewhere else for a moment. Yeah. I'm gonna BRB real quick for a second. Hi, I'm back. Now back to the consideration. Should I be inking background stuff or should I let it pass? It's kind of simple. It's not hard, but I'm also kind of tired. I think I'll focus on the characters. I am not exactly feeling like doing the backgrounds. Oh, but after that, I can do a rough fill and have make it easier to like. I could blast up the opacity for the background and see then whether or not I feel like I wanna do backgrounds too. It would be real good for my own sake to get those backgrounds down. That would mean that I could take off another page as done, which I kind of need. I'm working at a system here, or with a system where uh, I don't pay myself money from the grants I received until I've done a certain step of progress. In this case, I do allow I count completing a page worth of ink as one step I can pay myself for. And that is really nice, except I'm kind of falling behind on that because I've had some expenses. Silly Gizmo Lover, hey, welcome back. Hope you're doing good. I think we are approaching the final-ish stretch that will go on for quite a while. But it is a stretch, and it is with the goal of final. What was that I was saying about overworking and burnout? Uh, Crap, I forgot. But yeah, this is I'm feeling this is a danger zone to be approaching. Like I should really not be overworking myself. Should quit while it's still fun. Otherwise, I'll end up not wanting to touch whatever I'm doing ever again. That is kind of the worst thing I can do to myself in terms of enjoying what I'm doing. It's forcing me to do it until I'm so tired that the when I think about doing the thing, I just get tired. And it's not a great place to be. Don't be me. I'm having fun though, which is cool, but we'll see how far I'll stretch for this one. I'll try not to spread myself too thin. The reports are in. The birds are cute. Cute Borb is Bourbon. Oh, this is funny. His head overlaps his own panel, but is overlapped by the next panel or the panel below. That is funny. It's unnecessary, and I love it. Hmm. Mustachio. He's kind of handsome. I'll say it. I think the captain is handsome. Oh, he looks so silly. I like big bros, and I cannot lie. And again, I think I'll refrain from doing the hatching from his sideburns on this layer. I'll save it for the hatching layer. Though, oops, I did some hair stuff on this layer anyways. Looks nice, stylized. I like it. Then you got the hat. Then should I fill in this? I think I want it fill in, but I'm not sure. I'll apply it to the hatching layer. Then I can change my mind later if I feel like it. Reports are in. The bird is eating. Oh, look at him. He's so precious. Looking silly. Now, let's get those sideburns going before moving on. Beautiful. I love him. He's precious. All right. Then we do first this and this. Good. Hello, thingy. Is it? Oh. What? Oh, okay. Got him. Found it. We also transparently locked that. I should not be meddling with it. Oh, but I love it. It's a good expression. This is why I like making comics. I get to have characters do acting, and it's just great fun to move them around. Okay. Now, for my next trick, we turn off the coloring layer. We keep an eye on the captain reference, and we draw. He should be fairly simple in shape. Like, he shouldn't be too detailed because he'll disappear anyway, and all the image sauce. It's so silly. Look at him. He's embarrassed. Oh, I'm also super forgetting his earrings. He has at least one. This too is quite a funny expression. I like it. Again with the belt buckles. Oh, I'm trying to having point uh sort of determined. There we go. That's better. That marks the end of my music again. With my music. Hope you guys got spare music. Oh wait, there is one more. Never mind. False alarm. Save progress. Oh, I shouldn't forget to give the guy a tail as well. Did the bird stand in the food bowl? Is that allowed? It shouldn't be. There he is, the man. Looking silly. Beautiful. Then the final characters are Logan, who can be just simple. He's gonna look silly and it's not gonna be very visible on print. But for the deluxe edition, who knows? I can forever dream of a luxury edition that is uh, just printed larger. There's this comic that was first published as an indie comic by uh, sadly passed away comic creator Dina Noland. Comic's name was the Snowcat Prince. When she had published it by herself with her own publishing whatever, she had printed it very large, super large, crazy large. And when she got it published through a publisher in Norway, it came out at just, I think, half the size. It was huge when she published it herself. For her part, the drawings were quite large. She had few panels per page. And so her book is kind of like the English print was kind of hard to read because the images would be so large that you'd have to back away to see what was going on. So it suited it. It felt like shrinking it fit very well. Meanwhile, I think I have a slightly opposite problem. It's not a problem; it's an opportunity. But the slightly opposite case of uh, being ambitious about how much I can fit into a page, which adds a nice amount of challenge, because that may force me to do interesting stuff with layout and solve certain things. But the danger is always that I will be drawing stuff that won't really be visible. So there's a trade-off. Her art was gorgeous, though. I kind of wish I had some other books, but I did get recently-ish. Her family they printed a book containing like all her art, which it's a huge heavy book. It's so amazing, very lovingly made, and really like making a huge memory of who she was and uh, how she worked. Really, I really admire her stuff and her ability to always be nice and always drawing stuff that interested her. Big man, hello. Congrats with completing a day at the college. I'm just rambling about some really good comic artist. Dina Nolan, very good. Passed away a couple of years ago. So good. Miss her stuff, love her stuff. You should check out her YouTube. I think they kept it up. She was active on YouTube and posted stuff. Really grew her channel and worked really hard with it. And had art streams. But she'll always and forever be an inspiration to me. I try to always remember her and just the warmth of her personality and her admirable skill that she built. It's great. That huge book is so heavy though. It's like 6 kilos. It came with a warning that you shouldn't really let it stand upright in the bookshelf because the pages may tear out. Diamond Budgets, hello! Welcome to my stream. I am inking characters as part of making comics. And I've been on for 5 hours. And we're managing to ink all of the characters here. What remains is inking some background, which I have laid out a bit beforehand. I've done it ahead. Wait a second. That knife is on this hip. Okay, gotcha. Turning creatures around. Yeah, layouts done ahead. I'm very hungry. Been going at this for a couple of hours and hoping I could finish this, but I will not count on it. So let's see. We got the colors. Now we want some drop shadow on this guy because he's walking there. Very good. Now we heighten the opacity. We add char F, short for character flats. I fill the entire screen with disastrous color. I try to remember to also mask away inks here, or they shouldn't really be competing with each other. I will delete the finger actually. For once, I will let the character be cropped. Now, let's see. Text off. Sketch off. And okay, we can. Oh, that's worse. Cool. Okay, that's more pleasant. We don't have to be like sensory hellscape to do things here. Right. We turn off the things and such, and we start just grabbing the main silhouette of the characters, making sure there are not too many gaps and stuff going on. Uh-huh. How? How's that? Okay. I accept the mystery. Nope. Now I think the inkwork here is pretty tight. There's little stuff that can go wrong. Unlike here, you see there are like small gaps where gap closer stops there, but it's like ever so slightly off. We add. Just looking around to see that there are not huge things disturbing the general silhouette of things. For here, gotta try doing stuff. Here's a reason to not ink the background on the same layer as the characters. Oh, the characters are quite cute though. This is not my favorite face, but I'll take it. We got the rest. They're charmers, all of them. Oh, I forgot to hide the backgrounds. Okay, that's all of them. We hit the ink folder. Let me show you. Delete everything. And we hit the button. And hope nothing dies. Right. What's this? Is it... Oh, no reason in particular. These just there. Stash is feeling a bit stale. There, he thinks. And with that, we can delete the outer parts. And voila! We have flats there. We got good background stuff going on. Now I'm gonna add some whiskers around. Whiskers are so easy to forget. I'll probably have to do a whole pass of whiskers when the book's done. And I'm gonna hate every fiber of it. Yeah! Oh gosh, I like this. Okay. Then whiskers are on. Then we got text. Text balloons. Oh yeah, I haven't fixed the text on that one. Right. Fine, I guess. I'll grab the sketch. Now what we got? First off, how many things do we need? And I should just do this right away so I can see like the points I got. This is quite a complex shouty shape to be following. I might simplify it a bit. It's got many points. Let's get this all around. Okay. Then it is ready. Go around the whole thing. Oh, yeah, there's more. It's like no shortcuts to be made on this one, other than pre-making a couple of shouty balloons. I could always go back and reuse these. Like if I copy them, paste them back, that helps. It's the way to do it. Oh, there. We got a spiky. Just gotta lead it. Now what are we looking at? Yeah, it's a slight downwards slope, but not super prominent. Not super there. Otherwise, fairly straight. Bird is sneezing. What you got? I see no reason for sneeze. No sneezing. Okay, there we go. Balloon. Okay, I wanna lighten these a bit. Okay. And with that, it might not be so hard to do background inks on top of the already existing uh, blocks. I could do it. I can do it. It is not impossible to do it. I should have a break, but I would also like to be done, not think about this anymore for today. We can do some messy foliage. 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 Not too messy, not too attention grabbing. Just nice foliage, being nice and lush, and with healthy amounts of black in it to help set the scene. That's gonna be good. Kind of like it. Good thing about this is that I don't have to worry as much about the hatching layer versus the foliage layer, because since stuff is already colored, uh, I won't have to worry about making a mess or struggling with making stuff fit with the inks. You just do some colors. Of course, like here, I do need to do some tidying up, which I can do that right away. We just fill in the parts that are outside. Just do like this. This is kind of, one would think it was tedious, but I kind of enjoy it. Whoops. I do enjoy it. And it's not that hard. Oh no. Who added anti-aliasing on this background? Surely it wasn't me. Why is everything here done stuff too? Oh boy. Yeah, that complicates things, but that's fine. We don't mind. I guess most of the time I'm pretty good with doing non-anti-aliasing stuff, so I can handle a little cleanup. Oops. Yeah, like so. Did I smudge this at some point, or what happened? I can probably fix that at a later point. Whoa, this whole thing has been skewed. Oh well. I will hide this. Well, delete it actually. We do character back, delete. Actually, also, we're going to have that filled. Okay, back to inks. Ink temp. Oh, I think I will select characters, character inks, and well, I can't just blindly delete it. I can remove this part of the selection. Then I can delete stuff, no problem. This is just to set up a mask. I don't think there's other overlap, so we do that. I delete. And so when I merge stuff, like so for example, it will just disappear behind. Yay! And with that, there's nothing I need a sketch layer for, right? No. No need for the sketch layer. Okay. We got it. We got it. Right, I was looking at the tidying up parts of this. You could also keep an eye on the zoomed out picture to tell like whether or not I actually need to tidy up stuff. Because you can really be quite messy without the problem in many instances. Seems good. Except that the anti-aliasing is everywhere. Who brought this? It's a disaster. Well, if we count that as... No, not the backest background. No. I got started on the background, but I think it is 6 o'clock. I should be done for today. But the good news is we almost finished a piece of ink. That's nice. We did not do much on the next page, but you know, everything all in due time. It will happen soon enough. I don't have to save my stuff. Wow. All right. Save your progress. Be sure. Be sure to do that. I'll just close it off. And with that, I thank you all for hanging out with me today. It's been a productive work day today too. I spy a distracted day one of these days. But until then, thank you all for watching. Thank you for hanging. And I'll see you all some other time. Goodbye, everyone.